Good evening. Oh, I think the music might be a bit loud there. Hang on, let me just turn that down. There we go. That looks a bit better. How are we all? I trust we are well. Right, okay, there we go. I think that's everything set up. I always seem to have more things to do to switch to streaming mode. Okay, so I thought it would be a nice idea on these streams, rather than just hopping straight into streaming, to just do a bit of a weekly update. So, you know, what have we been up to this week? What's been going on? And there's not a huge amount this week, really. Mostly, we've been dealing with Kickstarter. We were supposed to go live on the 1st, but coincidentally, we ended up having a meeting with Kickstarter on the 1st instead. That's the only date they had available. We spoke to a couple of really nice guys, who were really helpful. They went through the project with us, looked at the page, came up with a few ideas, came up with a couple of things they wanted to change. So that's what we've been fiddling with for the past few days. So for the most part, it was just moving a few things around graphically. Like they wanted an image closer to the top, and they weren't keen on the image I did have. But that was fine, because I was planning to replace that with a GIF anyway. Yes, that's GIF with a G. So that's what that one is. And I also made this one. Hopefully that plays for people, because when I actually refreshed it, it didn't come up playing. Seems to be alright now. Yeah, so I'll have a sort of a sunbeam beauty shot there. We've got just a picture of the framework there, and I'll probably do a flying through a nebula GIF there, and probably pressing some buttons in engineering there, given that we've got lots of engineering panels. Thanks. Yeah, that's the ship's framework as it currently exists. In fact, this is it live. Oop, too fast. Yeah, so you can see all the various decks there. So it's going to go to about here, distance-wise. I've got most of the layout sort of penciled in and decided where things are going for D&E decks, which is these two here. But yeah, so all that framework will extend all the way over here, and then also all the way up the back here. Then you've got things like all the HVAC conduits and things running through there. And what you'll also have is you'll have all the cables and things running through the walls, which they don't do yet. They're just hanging in space right now. But it will have access panels and things to reach all of that. But that's I guess that's something we really wanted to stress kind of on the Kickstarter, is that, you know, this is a whole ship. It's not just a few empty rooms. Although, you know, it kind of is just a few empty rooms right now. But you know, when it's done, it's absolutely packed with infrastructure. Like all these pipes here will actually like go somewhere, and they'll all be connected. So yeah, I'm always a huge fan of seeing the ship naked with all its bits hanging out. And something I'll be doing for the tech manual is some renders without any of the framework at all. So once all the engine hardware is in place and all the fuel pipes are done and all the cabling's done, then I'll turn off all of the framework, and you'll literally just have infrastructure floating in space, but kind of generally in the shape of the ship. I saw someone do that for the TOS Enterprise, and it looked really, really cool. So I'll do that for this ship as well, like literally just the hardware. So yeah, so that's for that, and I think that's that section done really. They're not happy with the wall of text on these images, so I'll just bullet point this information because they were quite happy with these ones with the bullet points. So I'll do that for this and for this, so it's not quite so squinty when people are reading it. And then hopefully the GIFs kind of, tell you what you need to know anyway. What else did they say? They wanted us to focus a little bit more on kind of selling what we've done already, inspiring confidence in the reader that we're actually capable of producing this as a game. I don't think it was clear to them that we've done as much as we have, because when they looked at the description of the galaxy and the description of the ship, they didn't think we'd actually got as far as we have with building those systems. And the question came up, which comes up quite regularly: how can you do this when it's just you? And well, the answer is, 1, I have already, and 2, not sleeping. That's the answer. Just don't sleep and you'll get it done. Can't remember who said it now. I think it might have been Elon Musk actually, who said that if you do twice the amount of work as someone else, then you're literally doing 2 people's worth of work. So technically it's not just me, it's 2 of me's, because I'm putting that much more hours into the project. Yeah, I did make it clear that I'm just a generalist. I'm not an expert in any single one thing. I'm just someone who knows a little bit about everything. And as an indie dev, that's really useful, because as an indie dev, you do need to be able to do a little bit of everything to produce a game, because games require knowledge in so many different areas. So you kind of have to be a generalist when you're an indie dev. But there are some things I can't do, like our character system. As I was explaining to them, it works and it kind of does the job, but it could be so much better. There's so much we want to do with the character system, like handling a lack of gravity and floating around the ship rather than walking around the ship. For that sort of thing, we need to take on some specialists, and that's why we need the funding from Kickstarter, because there are jobs I can't do. So, or rather, there are jobs that I can do, but would be better if someone professional did it. Thank you. Yeah, it's I guess it's passion, isn't it? If you're passionate about what it is you're doing, then you'll just throw your all into it, and that's very much this project for me. It's something I've always wanted to make. This is the thing I've always dreamed of doing. So, it's not a hardship to sometimes spend 15, 16 hours in a single day working on the project, because I love doing it. It's a nice position to be in. What else did they say? I think that was pretty much it, really. I think it was mostly just inspire more confidence that you're capable of achieving the goals. They wanted us to kind of not reveal the stretch goals immediately and kind of lead them in a little bit more. So I'll have a look at how we can do that. And just to make sure that the rewards for the tiers were a little bit more fleshed out. And specifically, because I haven't added it to this yet, so I think probably on the Commodore rank, we'll add the fact that we'll use your name just generally in the game. If we need a character in the lore, if we need to name a space station, if we need a name of someone for something, then we'll pull that from our pool of backers to do that. And also with the story DLCs, the actual main story, the main campaign, we're planning to release as 3 separate campaign DLCs with 3 very different focuses. So the first one's all about the exploration, the second one's about combat, and then the third one's about trading and kind of rebuilding rebuilding human civilization, after a big war. So we're going to give the first one away on the commander tier, so you'll get the first DLC for free, and the captain tier you'll get the first 2 parts of the story for free, and on the Commodore rank you'll get all 3 of the full story arc for free. And then from Admiral and upwards, anything we release, so be it ships, DLC campaigns, anything we actually put a price to, you'll just get that for free. So it's a lifetime everything pass from Rear Admiral and upwards. And hopefully that just gives a little bit more back for backers. Do I have a job outside of this? No, not anymore. I gave up work about 3 years ago to work on this, and I've been working on it ever since. I was an IT manager for, about 15 years. I used to manage a global network for a company called EasyNet, which no longer exists. They were bought out by Interroute, who I believe also no longer exist. And then I was made redundant from that. And I just kind of bounced around doing a couple of jobs just to pay the bills. And then when COVID hit and I was furloughed, I took the opportunity to really get into this properly. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, because I've got so much planned for this, so I need to make sure I spend just as much time developing the game as I do playing it. But Claire will make sure that that's the case. She keeps me on track. And the last thing I have to do on here is... where was it? So here, I need to do a video from myself, just explaining the game in detail. I've kind of been writing a script for it here, so it's quite a long script. Still not quite done yet, and I might need to cut this down a bit, because I do tend to go on and on and on once I start talking about the game. So I was going to do it live with me and Claire on the ship, just running around doing stuff. But when you've got a script this long, reading the script and sort of paying attention to what you're doing in game is quite difficult. So I think I'm just going to record the audio and then make some footage in game to go with the audio instead. That's probably the easier way of doing it. And then once that's done, we'll stick that here. So hopefully that's all the information anyone interested in the project should ever need. Fingers crossed, anyway. It's funny, actually, when we first saw Lieutenant Dan in the Orville, we were like, oh, that's so me. I used to be a skater, and then I got into BMX, and he's kind of like a surfer dude, so Lieutenant Dan actually kind of fits me. Actually, coincidentally, I also created the lift music on the Orville fan game, inspired by what Lieutenant Dan did on the Orville. Right then, so, game. What I have been doing, let me just turn off a bunch of this stuff now. Now that I've made the GIF, I no longer need it. Ignore all the naked dudes. They're placeholders on the chairs. So earlier in the week, I actually split up this console here. So if I just fix them. So this is kind of more in line with what the final vision is for the command chairs. We want it to be the case that if you're the captain or the commander, you've got access to setting any of the alert conditions, and you've also got access to controlling the holo display. Yeah, so this is the hidden Kickstarter tier, and you get yeah, a ship full of naked dudes. And they're all modelled on me. Not really. Yeah, so the holo display. The idea has always been that the captain or the first officer can mirror the output of any of the bridge stations simply by selecting them from here. And then we'll do things like we'll have buttons for the background darkness. So like when you bring up the actual stars or the system view, there's a big black sphere around it to make it easier to see. But not everyone's happy with that, so we'll have the ability to toggle that background on and off. Maybe some zoom controls, and obviously the ability to just turn the display off, which is what a lot of people have been asking for. Yeah, but ultimately you'll be able to just mirror the output of any bridge station, and then that's your tactical interface for the ship. And the way we've designed the operation of the ship is we've designed it so the captain's not just sat down the whole time. They will get up and interact with the 3D display, and they'll be able to physically interact with like planets and things. Click it to target, so you can just poke the hologram in midair to target the object, and then the crew can do stuff with that target. So you could poke a planet and say, take us here please, and then the crew know which one you're talking about. So for the £50 Kickstarter tier, could you submit a system, or do you have to make it through the tool? The tool will be there for keeping it real. So it will basically do the same math that the game does to make sure that the system is astrophysically correct. So, for example, it won't allow you to put an ice giant right up against a star because it's too hot for that in that position, and it won't let you. That's really the purpose of the tool, is just to make sure the system remains plausible. We'll have the ability to either place a brand new system or to claim one of the procedural systems. So there'll be an either or. I mean, you could design a system in Space Engine and then carry across those same orbital parameters. I mean, they should. I mean, Space Engine, as far as I'm aware, kind of does the same job. If you were to, hopefully, I'm not getting them confused with Universe Sandbox, but if you create a planet and it's not viable, I would have thought the software would, have that decay in its orbit or just not work. But we do need to make sure that every system in the game is scientifically plausible. So that tool is always going to be there to, enforce those rules. So if you do create something in Space Engine, then you should be able to then recreate it using the tool, or at least as close as you can. So, things like the number of planets and the type of planets, as long as those planets make sense in those locations, then you should be fine. There shouldn't be any issues. Okay, so what I need to do today, I need to connect this new panel to the holo display. And I also need to connect some more of the bits on here to the holo display. I might hook some more of that up to the fix the display code just so we can see it better. Okay, so a system that's created in Space Engine, you should be able to just carry those parameters across. I guess the only thing that I can think of where it would be slightly different is that we have a mass pool which is derived from the mass of the star itself. So obviously the central star generally is the bulk of the mass, in a system, and then you've got a couple of percentage left over which forms the planets and the gaseous matter in the circumstellar disk. So each type of star, I guess the more you go up through the star classes, the more matter you have left over to be able to form planets. So you would expect like a G class or an A class system to have more mass left over for planets than you would an M class system. So you'd expect an M class, which is a relatively low mass star, to have much less raw material left over to form planets. And that's how it works in the game right now. So you notice that M class systems generally have less planets or less total mass left over than, say, an O class or an A class. Doesn't necessarily translate to less planets, because with the roll of the dice the way it goes, you could have like a G-class system use up all of its mass in a couple of gas giants, whereas an M-class could instead have dozens of tiny little rocky balls. So it's about the total mass, not the number of planets. Okay, yeah, so the bridge ceiling needs more work, obviously. It's not done. Probably going to have some more windows just around the inner edge there. We wanted to create more verticality in the view, and obviously get rid of these front 3 beams here, so that when you're looking out, the view's not being continually interrupted by these beams, because they do get in the way. So we'll get rid of them, add another set of windows around here, and probably, rather than having a central dome, we'll instead have a ring of emitters, sort of where these lights are now. So we'll change the look of the lights, have a ring of emitters around the perimeter there, and then it'll be shining down towards the center of the bridge. And then that will be the hardware that creates the actual hologram. Yeah, there's no limit to the number of bodies we can have in a system. There's no reason really why it couldn't be thousands. It's just about the mass pool, which is defined by the type of star. And that's based on our own system. So what I've done is I've extrapolated what works for us, and then just used that averaged out, give or take a certain percentage across all the different star classes. So not all G classes, are the same. There is a variability there as well, because we need to allow for extremes in some cases, because you always get outlying systems which are different from other types in their class. Okay, so here is our... that's the holo display itself. Of course, yeah. I was going to have this display as a separate widget that communicates with that actor, but in the end I decided to just add it as part of the actor, just to save some communication back and forth. Which means we need to borrow some code from that one. So if we steal that, that's essentially how we handle our replication for the widget button presses. And I'll stick that in there for now. So that's fine. That's a generic interface I set up. So that will all work fine. Obviously none of that's relevant. Neither is that. So I'll make a new one of them. When we're in a position to accept custom systems, we'll do it through the tool. So the tool's not made yet. It's going to be a PHP driven thing on the website. So once that's done, you'll be able to build the system through that and see it in real time. So it'll actually go through the math. So every time you enter a new number, it'll automatically refresh just to make sure that everything remains consistent. It sounds like we might need a way of uploading a CSV, so I'll have a look at that as well. So if there's a system you have in mind, for example, with lots of data, it might be easier just to dump a CSV file into the system with a certain format. But I'll have a look at that closer to the time. Yes, that's right. And the tool will also have a moderation queue, which helps us manage however many custom systems we end up getting. There's going to be a couple of hundred already, just going by Patreons over the years. So we need to go through, make sure that no one's created like Penis World, because there's going to be one, isn't there? So we just need to go through and moderate the queue, make sure everything's suitable for the game, make sure there are no IP violations, like someone's made like Kronos. Can't have that. So we need to make sure that we specify the parent for this widget so it knows where to send its messaging, which means they're going to be wrong, so that needs to be recreated. Yeah, so true. Yeah, we've got some suspect town names around here as well. See, there's something I need to get rid of at some point. The way the life... Yeah, no worries. It's nice when people ask questions because it gives me something to talk about. Otherwise, I'm just mumbling away to myself while I work. The way the life calculations will work is, first of all, we will generate a star system, and the distribution of planets within that system is going to be built algorithmically, and a planet may or may not be in the habitable zone based on the dice rolls, and then it may or may not have an atmosphere, again based on the dice rolls. And so if it is in the habitable zone and it does have an atmosphere, then there's a chance that that's going to be an oxygen, nitrogen atmosphere like ours. And generally speaking, if a planet can support liquid water, then we will run the life calculations. And that will include things, moons like Europa, for example. If there's a subglacial ocean, for example, then we'll have the same thing there. If there is liquid water on the body, which life requires a solvent of some kind, so if we can have liquid water, we will try and generate life. And the way the algorithm is going to work is, first of all, it's going to look at the age of the planet. If it's a young planet, just a few million years old, then it's not going to generate anything other than maybe early bacterial life. If it's a really, really ancient planet, then if it's decided that life exists there, then it's going to generate some form of spacefaring civilization. So it's very much going to be based on the planet's age and how long it's been around. Again, we'll use Earth as our kind of our baseline, because that's the only data we have. So we'll look at how long it took for, say, mammals and things to develop on Earth, and then give or take a percentage. That's going to be our line in the sand as to how old a planet has to be before we have mammals. And then we'll look at how long it took for humans to start using tools, for example. And again, that's our line in the sand for how long, give or take a percentage, we expect for a planet to have to exist before usage of tools happens, and so on and so forth. Obviously, Earth could be wildly different from any other planet out there, but we only have the data we have to go on as an example. So I think it'll work as an average. And super old planets have a chance for that civilization to be long dead and gone. So that'll become more of an archaeological thing. So you'll find a long dead civilization with ruins and archaeological work to do. So with the way the galaxy's built and seeded, it will be the same every time for every player. And we thought long and hard about that. But in the end, it kind of ends up being a bit of a necessity, because in order for us to consistently generate content, each sector has a seed. So each 100 light year cube, it has a unique seed in the galactic space. And then that seed is used to drive the seeds of all the star systems that exist within that sector. Because our seed space is only about 4 billion. Because you've got a 32-bit integer, and you've got obviously plus 2 billion and minus 2 billion. And we then apply a random seed to all of the star systems within that 100 light year cube. But because it's all based on the coordinates of the sector, that seed's always going to be the same, because it's driven by the coordinates, not some arbitrary noise function or something. And we thought long and hard about whether or not that's how we wanted it to be, but I think ultimately yes, because we want players to be able to go on mapping projects. We want player A to find something really cool and to be able to tell player B about it, and then player B can go and experience that same cool thing that player A discovered. Or player A could find something really scary and tell player B never to go there, and they invariably probably will and end up getting destroyed. But we wanted to have community building around the galaxy and around that exploration experience of the galaxy. And to use it, using Elite Dangerous as an example, I forget how many years Elite's been out now, but with millions of players over however many years it's been, they've still explored less than 1% of the galaxy. And you know, I doubt we'll ever get as many players as Elite has. So, you know, it doesn't matter that every planet is the same for every player, because there are going to be so many star systems out there. You know, the community as a whole is never going to explore all of them. You know, even in someone's, like, one human's lifetime, you're never going to explore every single star system there is. So it's not like you're going to run out of content. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to look at the file formats of what Space Engine exports. If it's in plain text and it's not some proprietary format that I have to try and break somehow, then yes, we can probably do that. As long as it's plain text, then yeah, we should be able to just parse that file and extract the system details from it. Good. Yeah, that should be fine then. Yeah, as long as we can easily read the file when you upload it, then we can just write a script for parsing the data and then pass that into the tool. I just need to steal a bit more code from one of my other blueprints. Stick it up there. What did I call it? Alert panel. Let's name that. Rename that either. Holo controls, that'll do. Well, I'm hoping that our galaxy will be just as good, if not better, than what's in Space Engine. Obviously, we've only got one galaxy versus the entire universe. But you know, detail-wise, I think Space Engine is definitely the benchmark that we're aiming for. Yeah, that's pretty mad with Elite. Yeah, so 0.5% of the galaxy. That's just crazy. Shows you how big the galaxy is. And you know, in Elite, that's largely limited to the galactic disk. We'll have the entire galactic halo region as well, which, you know, including all the globular clusters and things. So that's going to be a hell of a lot more stars. I actually have no idea how many stars we'll end up with. Yeah, Elite. I think Elite said they got about 300 billion, but the estimate for the Milky Way is only 100 billion, and I'm using galactic densities, you know, as close to what I can find in real life data as possible. So I would assume we'll probably have closer to 100 billion in the disk, plus whatever is out there in the galactic halo. I'm not sure with No Man's Sky, because don't they have multiple galaxies there? I don't actually know much about their data or how big things are. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's definitely my favourite mead that I've had so far. Where we live, we have craft fairs and things here sometimes, and occasionally you'll get a company that comes along that make their own mead, and some of them are quite interesting. But yeah, that bullet for my Valentine one's really nice. I don't actually have any at the moment. I managed to drink it all. What I do have next to me, though, is some Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey, which is kind of whiskey version of mead. It's quite nice. Yeah, it's good to know there's another mead drinker out there. It's actually really frustrating because, at least in the UK, like none of the supermarkets sell mead. I've never seen it. You'd expect it to be sort of around the wine section somewhere, but it's always something you have to find online, or you might get lucky like we do. We've got a lot of National Trust stuff around here, so they tend to do interesting, crafty things like mead. Our local village store actually sells 8, 9 different types of mead, which is quite cool. Yeah, the cherry one was really nice. I ended up going for a traditional one in the end, which ended up being quite flowery, but yeah, the cherry one was like cherry brandy. Oh, I just remembered why I didn't make this a generic actor. It's because it won't know what the event is, will it? So it should be BP Holo Display. Right, now it should know what I'm talking about. There we go. So what I'm doing right now, what I'm failing to spell properly right now, is these are essentially IDs for the different button presses that we then pass through to the player controller for replication, because you cannot replicate a widget on its own. They are natively unreplicatable. And this is just so we know which button we have just pressed. Okay, so we get the holo display, we send it the button press with the ID. That goes through here, we know that goes to the player controller. I think I ended up casting to that. No, I didn't. Good. And then it comes back from the player controller as a server RPC, which means we then have authority to write to replicated variables. For example, like this one, which will be at some point. So where are we setting that to? Okay. Yeah, so we will have VoIP implemented at some point. We did already have it at one point, but then when we updated to Unreal Engine 5, that stopped working because of a plugin conflict, which is probably already fixed a long time ago, but I just haven't had the time to go back to it. So we want to do proximity audio, and we also want to be able to do broadcast audio to different decks. Yeah, so all crew members will have an earpiece, which allows them. It's like an AR earpiece, which kind of projects an image, which is the actual HUD that you see in game. But that's also going to be a comms unit instead. So, as well as rather, it's going to look like one of those old Bluetooth headsets for phones. So the idea is you'll kind of reach your hand up, tap the button next to your ear, and that will allow you to communicate. So we'll have it so that you can message someone individually, so you can hail a specific crew member, or a specific deck, or ship-wide. And things like ship-wide will be limited to someone with a captain or XO role, and then someone, say, like the chief engineer, will have permissions to be able to do all of the engineering decks, that sort of thing. That's going to take some development work to get all that put together. Because once we've got the VoIP thing sorted, then we can just handle where that audio goes, based on which scenario you want to plumb it through. I probably also, actually, no, I think on it, probably have a ship-wide button here on the command chairs as well. Yeah, so in that scenario, if the chief engineer or the chief medical officer hails the bridge, then the whole bridge will hear it. It will come through internally. Handling comms sounds simple at face value, but when you really start to dig into it, it gets quite complicated. Because, for example, this station here is going to be the comms station, and it will have a constant trace running around the ship looking for signals. And if an alien ship, for example, is hailing your ship, then it's this console where that will pop up as an alert. And then when that's answered, the captain is going to help, or XO is going to have to press the comms button on here in order to actually have that come up properly on the holo display. And that will come up either as an audio trace if it's audio only, or a video screen will just hover. Like a 3D projected video screen for the communication will come up here. So those two things are going to have to work in tandem. But things like ship-wide announcements and things will also happen from the comms panel or over here as well as. So we'll probably have a button where the captain or the XO can just press a button on the console here and just make an announcement ship-wide without having to go through the comms person. But we'll also have it so that the captain can also say to the comms person, can you just make an announcement? Because they might be busy doing something else. So the comms person can do the same job and make a ship-wide announcement. But we're trying to simulate the operational running of the ship as realistically as we possibly can. Which is why the helm is very much just the helm. So the helm doesn't have comms controls. It doesn't have any engineering controls. It's just the helm. So yes, you can do it solo. In the demo right now, you have to do it solo because there is no crew. But when it comes to the tactical station, the comms, the sensors, the helm, and all the stuff down in engineering, yes, you can do it on your own, but you're going to be doing a lot of running around. So more people is better to run the ship properly. But we will definitely have a game mode where, in fact, it's there already. You can choose to start with or without an NPC crew. So if you don't want an NPC crew and you just want to do it on your own, then that will definitely be an option for you. But you don't have to, because the idea is that the NPC crew will do everything that's outside of your chosen role. So if you just want to be the pilot and you just want to sit in the pilot's chair, then the NPC crew will do everything else and you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, I think it's going to be similar to Pulsar, and I've played Pulsar a bit, and I think Pulsar is probably, I don't want to put it down because it's good, but a more basic version of what we're doing. Like, I don't know, it's like in Pulsar, for example, the ship's taking fire and you've got fires erupting around the ship and you're there with a fire extinguisher putting them out. We'll have all the same kind of things, but a lot more detailed. So it's not just going to be an arbitrary fire in the middle of the floor. There's going to be a piece of hardware on fire that actually has a job and a purpose on the ship. So if that thing is burning, then the job that piece of hardware performs won't be working because it's on fire. And I guess you can tell that with if you go through the cold start tutorial, starting up the reactor is very different to how you would do that in Pulsar. I guess the other difference between us and Pulsar is that from my limited experience of playing Pulsar, you have things like one player will hop into a turret and physically aim the turret at things. We won't be doing that. The ship's AI will be aiming the turret, and the tactical person will be painting targets for the AI to shoot at. So it's a bit different in that regard. We won't have teleporters in our game, so you'll need to get a shuttle to go places. I guess I don't know enough about Pulsar to be able to make some clear comparisons between the two. You can skip to your destination in Pulsar that you won't be able to do in this. But yeah, they're similar. They're very similar games for sure. Right, what was I doing? Yeah, okay, so why are you complaining? Of course, I changed the variable type. Okay, yeah, so we need to make sure that these IDs are the same on here. What was the other one? Helm, sensors, comms, tactical. So helm, sensors, comms, engineering and off. Oops. Okay, so any button you press on the UI is going to trigger one of these pins, and I guess we'll do the off one first. Hi Leos, thanks for joining by. I hope I pronounced that right, Leos. Okay, so I was just going to hide the actor, but I can't do that because if I do that, then this UI will disappear at the same time. So we can't have that. So instead, we will so I've been arranging all the different modes with scene components. So probably easier just to hide them. How was I switching between them? Can't remember now. So if we have the galaxy mode, turning that on. Right, and then that turns everything off. Okay, yeah, so this reset script needs to be done betterer, because it's not really taken into account the additional functionality we're going to need in the future. So this needs future proofing, and then that will make this make more sense. Just stick some placeholders in here actually for the other modes. So if we add a scene component for, helps if I spell it right. So if we make this helm, ability, yeah, so we can propagate that to the children. Okay, and I think all of these, yeah, they're all located at the origin point, so it won't matter if I stick them on here. So if we make this one sensors, and then we need, what are you doing? You are... Yeah, so you're used by a few different things. Right, you just need to duplicate that for the other modes. But for now, so if we take that, so you can all go as children of that. As can that. Great, which means we can now just hide that, and that is sensors off. Now, stellar cluster that's actually all the stars that are around you right now. That's a very old name for it. These days, it's now long-range sensors, or it could be even medium range now. What did I call it now? HT, did I get your question? Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry, I missed that. No, sadly, you won't be able to import custom textures because they're generated by the procedural algorithm. And in the long run, they're not just going to be textures either. They're going to be actual 3D terrains. Yeah, so no, you can't import or export textures. But yeah, you should be able to import the actual data itself. Right, yeah, so I think for the sake of consistency, that one's the galactic positioning system. That is the long-range sensors. That is the medium-range sensors. And we also need another one for the planetary scanning, which is actually going to be short-range. Yeah, the naming convention for these things is it's difficult to find something that works well, also in a multilingual sense as well, because you've got the galactic positioning is simply what it says on the tin. That's a nice easy one. But the long range sensors are stars anywhere in the galaxy, whereas the medium range is within a star system. So that shows you everything within a star system. Whereas the short range is anything practically within visual range. So there has to be those 3 separate ranges. Yeah, so I think it says stellar region in the demo right now. But again, something like stellar region for non-native English speakers can be quite confusing, or at least it has been in practice. Whereas just short, medium, and long range is a lot simpler. It's a lot more straightforward. I'm hoping just through experience, people will just get used to what those buttons actually do. What might be helpful, actually, is to have a pop-up when you hover over them, just to explain what they are. Maybe have a toggle for that in the menu somewhere. Like a tutorial pop-up that just kind of helps people through if they forget what they're doing. That's probably a good idea anyway, just for any UI, just to have helpful pop-ups. Okay, so obviously those ones don't do anything yet, so I'll leave them as they are. So that should at least enable us to actually actually, we don't want to do this here, because as much as that's replicated, it won't be replicated for any new joiners. So we actually need to do this via a rep notify. So if we do that via, I guess I'll just do it by an integer for now. So we've got, let's call it hollow mode. So each one of these actually needs to set a different hollow mode, so we actually know which one we're dealing with. I'll leave 0 as off. Right, so then all we need to do then is make that a rep notify. So now what's going to happen is any new clients joining, they're going to have this fire. So this code will fire when they join, which means we actually need to do a switch on int. And handle it like this instead. So now it's replicated for both new people and existing people. Sensors was 2. Actually, now that we're doing it like this, I'll just clean that up a bit. What am I doing? Of course that won't be like that. Yes, because we're only dealing with sensors right now. So yeah, once the other ones are added, obviously they'll be added to these, and it will have to be a case of turn one on, turn the rest off, like turn one on, turn the rest off, etc., etc. So what I'm going to hazard a guess as to what's going to happen now is when you turn it off, it'll work fine. And then when you turn it back on again, it's going to have literally everything overlaid on top of one another. So let's see whether that's actually what happens or not. That's my prediction. So there's our hollow display, which turns off as expected. Hurrah. And yeah, there we go. There is everything all on top of each other. Brilliant. So I think what we need then is we need a more foolproof way of handling visibility per mode. So we've got, right, so we add in the other scenes. So we've got helm. These are going to be out of order, but never mind for now. We've got comms, tactical, engineering, helm, comms, tactical, engineering. And which one was which? So sensors is 2, helm is 1, comms is 3. So helm is 1, comms is 3. Engineering 5. Sorry, tactical 4, engineering 5. And then I think I might actually replace these ones with a macro. So the way this works is, first and foremost, it's the position of the ship which drives the galaxy sim. So as soon as the coordinates are updated, that goes through to the galaxy system, and then the galaxy system basically looks at it and says, yeah, are we somewhere new? And if we are, then the galaxy regenerates. Once the galaxy is regenerated, the region where you are, it will send out basically an array of all these stellar locations, unsorted, and that is picked up by things like the rendering of the stars out of the window, for example. And it will also sort the array based on distance, and it will then send that out, and things like the sensors will then grab that array. So you've got an unsorted array, which goes out really quickly, and then a sorted array, which takes a few milliseconds longer. And that goes out every light year. So every 1 light year traveled, it will regenerate or resort the array. And then every 100 light years, it will regenerate the galactic cubes. So if you imagine a 3x3x3 grid of sectors around the ship at any one time, as soon as you move out of the cube that you're in, it will regenerate that 3x3x3 grid. And whenever you move 1 light year, it will resort the list of stellar objects by distance. So it will just have a distance ordered list of the stars around you. And that's how we know on the sensors what stars are closest to the ship. And when we draw the labels in space, that's how we know where the 10 closest stars are, because that's how it's doing that. And then the holo display simply uses that same data. So it's generate once, use many. And the galaxy system just essentially says, right, here's my array of data. If anyone wants it, here it is. It doesn't send it to anything specific, it just makes it globally available for any system that needs it. simplicity's sake, I will just... Actually, I might be able to just put all these together. Yeah, I can. Brilliant. Okay. Yes, so the XYZ coordinates of a sector are what generate its seed. Hang on, I'll give you a quick look at it. So, where are we? So this is the galaxy generation code. This just sits on the game state at the moment. I want to separate it out so it's an actual separate actor in the world, but at the moment it just sits on the game state. So we have these global events which are sent out, and whenever the ship moves 1 light year, this event is generated, so we know exactly where the ship is. And this is useful because it means that when you have things like wormholes, for example, literally all we need to do is change the location of the ship, and every ship system, every tool completely updates automatically because it's all driven by this value. So update this value and everything else follows, which is really nice because it means we can move the ship around the galaxy arbitrarily using any method we want. So things like hyperspace or jump gates or anything like that, we can add anything without needing to change anything because all we're doing is updating the coordinates. Sort of, yeah. The ship is what drives the galaxy generation. So it's all driven by the ship's location. Because what we do is we generate the sector coordinates from the galactic coordinates, which is quite simple. We're just doing this. So we're just basically multiplying that down. We're just shortening it by timesing it by 0.01 essentially. So that creates our sector coordinates, and then if it's different, so that if we're in a different sector than we were before, then we regenerate all of the galactic sectors. So we work out what the 3x3 grid is, which is what this is. So this is our 3x3 grid of sectors, and then for each of those we go through and run the generation code. So we check to see whether it's a manually created sector. So right now we've only got the 2. So the Sol sector is manual and Saj is manual. And then all of the rest of them will be procedural. And essentially we assign a stream, so this is a random stream, to each sector. Actually I'm getting ahead of myself there. Hang on. Sorry, first we work out the sector coordinates. So we take our sector coordinates, and then we calculate the seed from that, and then that's what drives the sector itself. So we got our base seed for the sector, and then we randomly generate a seed for each class of star or object. And the reason we do this is so that we can change one type of star without affecting any of the others. So each class of star has its own random stream. With the way random streams work, if you were to insert a new variable into that stream, then the entire stream is then different from that point on. So if you were to make a change to O-class stars, without doing it this way, you would affect all of the stars, which we don't want in the galaxy. I had a chat with one of the Frontier devs, and he was saying that, you know, it's quite a pain point for them with the galaxy, and how you have to be so careful with what you change, because you could quite easily cause the whole galaxy to change, literally everything, because it all cascades through. So I've kind of, I've learned from that, and I've put in many safeguards to allow us to make changes to the galaxy without affecting the rest of the galaxy. And it's literally on a sector basis. So we can change one sector without affecting anything else in the galaxy. Yeah, so we take an image map, so a two-dimensional image map, which is actually this. So this is the actual 2D image we use, and each pixel. So this is 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, and each pixel is one sector. So obviously 1,000 times 100 is 100,000, and that's 100,000 light-year wide galaxy. So like one pixel on this map, we take the brightness of that pixel, and the brighter the pixel, the higher the stellar density in that sector. So that's how we physically shape the galaxy. And then on a per star class, we just generate the random details for each class in turn. And again, because they use their own seed, they're all completely independent. Now there's many billions, hundreds of billions of star systems, because the stellar density of one sector can be up to 8,000. I think I set the cap at. So if you think about, at its maximum, 8,000 stars per sector, and then you've got 1,000 by 1,000 by 10 sectors. Is that a million? 1,000 times 1,000 times 100. 100 million, sorry. So you got 100 million sectors, and that's just the galactic disk, and each one of those has up to 8,000 stars. So if we times that by 8,000, that gives us at the upper end 800 billion stars. It won't be that many, because like the look at this is easier. So like this bit here between the galactic arms is going to have a much lower stellar density, maybe 500 to 1,000 stars per sector, whereas like here, where it's essentially a value of 255 completely white, that would be like 8,000 stars per sector. So it's more than 0 and less than 800 billion. That's all I can say, really. And I think realistically, you're probably looking somewhere in the middle of that, probably like 200 to 350 billion at a guess, when you include the halo, because it's not just the galactic disk. There's actually a sphere all the way around this of stars, a very low density of stars, but you've also got globular clusters, and right now it doesn't show where those globular clusters are, but they will also be there, and each one of those is going to have, a highly packed density of stars too. And then of course we've got the Magellanic Clouds, which is the satellite galaxies we want to add. Yeah, so each pixel is the stellar density. Obviously, that only works for one layer of the galaxy, and the galaxy is about 1,000, or the galactic disk is about 1,000 light years deep, which corresponds to 10 sectors. So we we reduce that mathematically. So we have our base number of stars, which would be in the middle, and then as we go vertically above and below, it reduces the number of stars. Yeah, 800 billion solar systems is the maximum that the galaxy could ever generate, but would never. If this map was just a white cube, so a white square, then that would be 800 billion solar systems. But it's not just a white cube. It's, you've got these spaces in between. So yeah, realistically, probably less than 400 billion. And they will always be the same for all players because of the way the seeds work. Yeah, so Sag A is there. So if our sector is 0, 0, 0, if that is true, then we build the galactic core, which, too many things open, get rid of this lot. So that's this sector here. So we go through a lot of the same stuff as we do with the procedural sectors, but we also manually create Sag A star. So we manually position that and set it up accordingly. And this is how we would set up any manual system. For example, in the Sol sector, we manually set up the Sol system as well. So we set that there. And how we know that this needs to have manually added planets and things is that we have a seed number here. So we have like a reservoir of fenced off seeds which we can use for making completely custom systems. But again, that's on a sector basis. So right now, we're just checking the coordinates. If it matches, do something different. That's not very expandable, so I'll be changing that so that it does it in a little bit more of an intelligent way. So we will probably have probably a data table instead of doing it like this, and then we'll run a check against the data table, and if there's a coordinate match on the data table, then we'll generate that specifically custom sector. Yep, no worries. It's always good to go over it. Kind of helps me remember why I did things the way I did them in the first place. It's been about a year or more since I last touched any of this, so it's nice to kind of refresh my own brain as to why I did stuff the way I did the stuff I did. And you'll find, at least I find, when I'm developing things, like with the holo display, when I first built this, I built it to do a specific job, and now that it comes to adding what will be a lot more features to the holo display, I find that the original code I did is no longer fit for purpose, because it might work for that one specific thing, but once you need it to do more than one job, then that code is no longer helpful in any way. In fact, it becomes a hindrance. Yes, exactly that. So yeah, wormholes, stargates, hyperspace, any method you can think of for moving the ship from A to B will work out of the box in the galaxy because of the way I've handle the way the galaxy is generated. And I've done it that way specifically for that reason. So having all the generation based off of the ship coordinates means all we have to do is move the ship and everything else updates automatically, including the sensor, readout, the holo display, everything, because it all cascades from what the galaxy gen does. So the ship moves, that 3x3 grid of sectors regenerates, the list of stars is regenerated, that then is picked up by the sensors, and it just flawlessly updates your location across the board, which is nice. And when it comes to hyperspace, hyperspace is actually something I'm quite looking forward to building, because we're going to do it sort of Babylon 5 style. So rather than Star Wars style, where you've just got the glowy tunnel and then you arrive where you're going, it's going to be more like, I guess if you think about the Nether in Minecraft, like every block in the Nether corresponds to a number of blocks in the overworld. I can't remember what the conversion ratio is now, but you can move a lot further in the overworld by going through the Nether. It's like a shortcut. And hyperspace is going to work the same way in this game. So you will transition into hyperspace, and if you go a kilometer in hyperspace, you've gone 100,000 kilometers when you leave hyperspace. And again, because the galaxy and everything is based on the ship's coordinates, it's really, really easy to implement that as an additional feature with no further work required on any other system. All we need to build is the system to put you in hyperspace and then to take you out of it again. Nice and simple. Yes, we're going to do FTL comms in a way that we know won't work in reality, but it's one of those things where we kind of just have to hand wave sci-fi that a little bit. So we're going to use like quantum entanglement on particles. So in the game's lore, we found a way of switching states on quantum particles without collapsing that state. So we can flip the 1 and the 0 on particle pairs. But what it does mean is that you need to have a box of particles on Earth and a box of particles on the ship. And if you lose that box, you can no longer communicate with Earth. So that's kind of like the trade-off of that type of technology. And we're going to have, as part of the expanded DLC story, once we've got the other alien races in there, the handcrafted alien races, we're going to have like comms relay stations. So one of the things that we're keen for like the UN and the Earth to get into is to join like a federation of alien worlds where they operate these big comms stations in space, where we provide them with a box of our particles and they add that to the system so that we can communicate with them and they can communicate with us over long distances. And we have to sort of negotiate to allow our species to be added to their system for interstellar comms. Yeah, I was kind of thinking of Terry Pratchett's Discworld and the Clax system, where you've got all these Clax towers everywhere, sort of sending and receiving the Clax messages. So we'll have something similar in the game. So we'll have like big space station relay things, which have all these collections of entwined particles, and they use those for doing the interstellar comms between all these different races that have joined into that scheme. Right, so the next thing I need to fix on here is we need to essentially do this. So we need to do the mode switch code to kind of unbreak the holo display. Yeah, you'd imagine it would be quite a low bandwidth comms because each bit. So if you were to having a character on a keyboard is 8 bits, so you'd need 8 entangled particles to transmit 1 bit of information. So if you think about like 1,000 megabit connection, then that's a lot of entwined particles. Of course, in the real world, if you change either of those entangled particles, then the uncertainty state collapses, and you now know what they both are, and then you break the entanglement. But in the game's lore, we have solved that problem in 200 years. We can flip the entangled pair without breaking the entanglement. That's kind of how our tech works. It's based on science, but we don't think it's possible in the real world. Yeah, I mean, never say never, but perhaps one day we will find a way of doing that. But yeah, we're trying to keep everything in the game as 100% scientifically realistic as possible. But this is an example of one of the things where you have to make just some slight allowances just for the sake of gameplay. Yeah, that's true. I think for the moment, until we have other sensor modes, so other holo modes, I might actually just try doing it this way. That should solve our problem. Hi, Brooke Stefan. I don't know actually. It was on the Trek modeling forums. Hang on, see if I can find it. Yeah, it's on Trek BBS. It might have been a guy called Peter Chung. But yeah, if you've ever posted your work on Trek BBS, then yeah, I will have seen it. So display off, display on. Okay. That is actually working. I think some of this, there's a bunch of stuff here which it's probably old redundant stuff that we're not using anymore. Actually, I need to pipe that through as well for the different modes. Okay. Right, so that box can go. We don't need that anymore. Oh, do you mean the Heisenberg compensator? Yeah, it's funny you should mention that, actually, because so really the navigable space around the galaxy is a sphere. So really, the galaxy needs to be up here in the middle somewhere, which is yeah, too high up. So we've put it down there in the hopes that players won't go down too far. But yeah, once it's actually 3D, because eventually this will be a volumetric 3D thing, then it will get moved up here. As we can tip it on its side to make it easier to see, or have that as some of the controls on this display. So manipulating this and moving it around can certainly be something we can add. It'll be tabbed. It'll be a tabbed interface eventually. So each one of these will have some specific additional controls that you can manipulate this with. Like, something that immediately springs to mind is like the star systems are physically oriented the same as they are relative to the galactic plane. So we'll have a button where you can flatten them artificially just to be able to get a better readout of what's there. Right, so what unnecessary stuff do we have here? You look unnecessary. Why are you there? What else do we need? So are we set to hidden in game? Okay, so eventually the holo display, when it was 2D, it used to actually show the various temperature regions around a star. But now that it's all 3D, I need to convert this into spheres. So I might go ahead and get rid of those for now, just to reduce the clutter a little bit. Yeah, to be honest, most of that was all done through materials, which I wouldn't do anymore, so that is now redundant. So none of that is needed anymore, which means that, they're not needed anymore. Hi, Oni Noni, thanks for joining the stream. I'll probably keep going till midnight if my voice holds out. Speaking of which, I've got some cold tea here, I'll drink that. Some things you can do that. So, like if it's like here, for example, if you're just setting the visibility of a mesh, they're all meshes, so you can connect them all to the same node. It doesn't work with everything, but for things like visibility, you can. In all honesty, I'm literally winging this. So, streaming was one of those things which was needed for the game. Publicity-wise, again, as an indie dev, publicity is difficult. We don't have a huge advertising budget, or we don't have any advertising budget. So there needs to be some way to get the game out there and to share what we're working on. And streaming just it's the obvious way of doing that. So no, not really. I've not had any formal training in public speaking. Like I said earlier, I used to manage a global network, so I had to conduct meetings and presentations and things. But that was never more than maybe 50, 60 people, just in a conference room. I'm quite the social recluse, so yeah, I'm not sort of the outgoing, bubbly presenter that you might expect. Something I was experimenting with is like rendering some cubes in the galactic scale. Actually, I think they're still there. So let me just demonstrate what I mean. Because when you zoom in really, really close on the map, I thought it'd be nice to actually highlight the individual sectors, so you can see the ship flying between those sectors. But I also need to start generating those cubes where the ship is, and then static relative to the galaxy itself, which is quite mathy. So I might just disable that for now. It's a non-urgent feature, and that's the sort of thing Claire shouts at me for if I'm spending too much time working on it. Right now, on Inoli, I am adding the ability to turn off the holo display and then turn it back on via pressing the sensors button, which is having some unexpected side effects because it turns everything back on. But that was a job I needed to do anyway, so that's not the end of the world. Oh yeah, I've made it so that these buttons go out now. You can't press them. But yeah, if we go right down minimum range. Yes, and then yeah, so the sector cubes, which aren't much bigger than the ship even at this scale, are being rendered somewhere else, probably below the floor here somewhere, which is a bit of a pain. So that's what I was working on earlier in the week, just so we could see how big the actual sectors are relative to the galaxy. And it's crazy, it's tiny. Even at those scales, 100 light years is nothing compared to the size of the galaxy. It's so huge. Yeah, so if I turn that, make sure I do that, otherwise it will break horribly. Right, that should just create a grid centered on the galaxy itself. Should do at least. Good luck. Yeah, the engineering hologram is going to be literally a hologram of all the ship systems, eventually including every single pipe and cable. So if a pipe is damaged, it will be flashing red on the holo display. That's the ultimate goal. Kind of like the holo display in the Passengers movie. Sorry, Propuke, I missed your question there. How do I find deving on streams, first of all? I think there's definitely a learned behavior to be able to speak on stream and like do something in the game world. Like, you have to sort of disconnect your brain and your hands a little bit, which is not a skill I've learned yet. That's not supposed to happen. Interesting. Why is it doing that? They're all stretched. So the scale is less than 50. Yep, generate those. Blah blah blah. The scale is taken from that, which is taken from that. Oh, that's weird. It's there's no reason there should be anything other than equally scaled in each axis. And all we're doing is working our way through this array, and all the scales should be equal. So there's no reason for that to be stretched. That's weird. Yeah, so that holo display, so this is going to be exactly the same in the engineering control room. And the idea is that the engineering control room can operate as a secondary bridge if need be. So if the primary bridge is unusable for any reason, then the engineering control room can be used as a bridge. So it will have all of the things in it that the main bridge has, minus the windows. Which means the whole ship would have to be fly-by-wire because there'd be no visual data. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it's stretching that mesh, but that isn't needed for now anyway, so I'm not going to spend time fiddling with it, lest I get shouted at. I'm probably not going to include a view screen, not because it doesn't make sense to, but more because to include a view screen would be really performance heavy. You'd have to basically have a render target with a 360 camera constantly being updated at 60 frames a second, and that would be extremely heavy to render. We can certainly try it, but things like security cameras on the ship, which we will be having, they won't be 360 cameras for one, and they'll have a very low refresh rate, maybe a couple of frames per second at most, just to keep performance steady. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I think one of the reasons I actually avoided streaming to begin with is because I guess when you're coding something, like if you're, like with this, you're trying to work out a bit of math, and you're like, right, and you need to focus like every brain cell on what the math is doing. And that takes all of your cognitive ability. And then, when you're on stream, you either can't do it because you're like trying to focus on streaming, or you get it wrong because you're distracted, or you look like a blithering idiot because you can't figure it out. And I think I was quite worried to begin with that I just like look really incompetent staring at my screen trying to work something out that I can't work out. But yeah, it's just, I guess you just kind of have to get over the nerves and just get on with it. And if you end up looking incompetent, then so be it. Like right now being the perfect example. What was I doing? Right, yes, I was cleaning up the holo display. Right, so you shouldn't be connected to anything. Which means we can get rid of you. For now, that can go. Yeah, I think it's perfectly possible. I think it's about just being comfortable with it as a thing. I guess being able to sort of verbalize your thought process as you're working on stuff. I think that's probably the biggest challenge. Like whenever I stream and I'm working on this, I always think to myself, like, is this entertaining? Is anyone actually interested in what I'm doing? I'm literally just scrolling around, staring at nodes and moving them around a bit. Is that entertaining? But it does seem to be. I mean, you guys are here, so I suppose that kind of answers that question. But yeah, going back to the challenge of it, when someone asks a question and then you focus on answering that question, productivity wise, I find that I don't get a lot done when I'm streaming, especially if there's a lot of questions. And that's not to say the questions are bad, because it's nice to have the questions because it gives you something to talk about and something to answer. But I think if I was to stream all the time, like while I was working, I wouldn't get much done. Like when I'm not streaming, I'm getting a lot of work done. So I guess there is that. Yeah, I guess that's true. Someone could be happily playing a game or doing some work and just listening to me whittle on in the background. Yeah, I think definitely with the communal side of things, and definitely as an indie dev, because if you're an indie dev, then generally speaking, you're on your own when you're working. You don't have a team to bounce ideas off of. If you get stuck with something, you can't turn to a colleague and say, "Help! I'm stuck with this. What do I do?" But if you're on a stream, then you've got that two-way communication going. You can bounce ideas off of people. People can point something out if you're stuck on something. And I've had that before streaming. I've been stuck on something and someone shouted out the answer in the comments, and I was like, oh great, I'm glad they were there to help me with that. Is this the mysterious cube that's been showing up? What are you, mysterious cube? Okay, so you're not anything relevant there, or there. Or there, I think. So I would say that we don't need that or that. And I don't think even that is needed. Right, so on the GPS mode, we've got the galaxy background. That's this dark bit underneath, just to help you see it a bit better. Then we've got the galaxy itself, which is obviously the picture of the galaxy. And then... okay, you got the nav target and the nav target text, which is that. But the question is, why am I using a separate target in each mode? Why did I do that? That seems a little redundant. Why not have a single target and move it around as needed? Yeah, I think that's how I will approach this moving forwards. I'll get rid of these mode dependent targets and make just a target that you move around regardless of what mode you're on. I think past me might have been lazy with that one. Okay, so I think that's everything. Right, that means we're only dealing with the stuff that we need to be dealing with. All that other redundant stuff has gone. Nice to get back to a clean slate. And I think that doesn't help that we weren't just putting that in. So this should now, fingers crossed, turn on and off without also loading up a bunch of unnecessary stuff. Ship's in the right place. Name is correct. I need to do something about the default target actually, because obviously when we clear the target, obviously it just zeroes out all the values. But that's here. That actually has a location. So I'm going to have to find a way of nulling it rather than zeroing it out, so that we don't have a nav target on the map when technically there isn't a nav target. Job for the future. Right, so off works perfectly, on works perfectly. Great. Exactly what we want to see. Okay, so you can now turn the holo display on and off, which will please all the people that want to be able to turn it off. Tick. Yeah, I've poked around the ship in VR already, and yeah, you know, when you're stood here in a VR headset looking out at the Earth, it's, you know, it's a very different experience to being in first person. You know, the sense of scale is really there, and yeah, I've tried to make everything as human scale as possible for that very reason, so that it works in VR. Like ceiling heights and things, like this ceiling and this ceiling. You know, these ceilings are the same heights as the one in my house, which I think is 8 foot. I think these are 8-foot ceilings in my house. But yeah, so these are 250 centimeters, so 2.5 meters for all the ceilings. So, you know, that means in VR it should feel like a perfectly naturally sized room. The bigger challenge is things like these wall boxes. I have a suspicion, because when I tested out VR, it was before we had any of these, and I reckon these are probably massive in VR. Like, if you look at that, like it's the size of a person, and imagine how big that would actually be for real, then that's like a giant UI. Yeah, what I used to do, because I worked on VR quite a lot when I was making the Enterprise Refit VR thing, and what I would do is I'd get a table, like a table that I have in the real world, and I'd had just a really basic IKEA table, and I measured that exactly. I then made a model of that table using the exact same measurements, and then in VR, to make sure that I had the world scale correct, I would place my hand on the table in the real world and, you know, make sure that my hand in the VR world was literally hitting the table. That's kind of how I handled the scale discrepancy to make sure everything was correct. Because I found that in Unreal you have a world scale, or you used to have a world scale. Do we not have that anymore? So we don't have that anymore. I know in UE4 we definitely used to have. Oh no, there it is. World to meters. So world to meters is what defines the scale of the VR world to the physical world, and I always found that it was wrong, and I used to have to put it to 90 in order for my hand to hit the table in the right place. So I'll be doing something similar with this, so, you know, when we actually move on to developing the VR aspect of the game, I'll be going through those same processes to make sure that objects in the game world are physically human scale in VR. But yeah, so, you know, Earth, for example, like when I was doing VR for the Orville game, the scale of the Earth was tiny compared to real world scale. It wasn't real world scale at all. It was absolutely small. But in VR, you can notice that. Like in first person, You don't notice that at all. But in VR, it makes a huge difference if something isn't real scale. Like, it looked tiny in the sky. As soon as you make it a 1-to-1 scale Earth, then in VR you feel that, and I think that's another reason why we wanted everything to be 1-to-1 scale, because as soon as you step into VR, it needs to feel real, and it will feel real. But yeah, if you want to actually try it in VR, you can. If you search up the UE VR, I think it's like a hook, like a graphical hook plugin. It works with any UE game that basically, if it doesn't have modified engine code, it should work with it, and it can turn any UE game into a VR game. And I haven't tried it myself, but apparently it's really, really good. And people have tried it with this, and apparently it works absolutely fine. So you can play it in VR now if you use UE VR. Yes, Kit, I'm afraid being Scottish, you can only be Chief Engineer. All the other roles in the game will be locked out for you. Yeah, that's what it's for. Yeah, if you select Scottish as your country flag on your uniform, it will only let you put engineering. Ooh, VR Scorn, that would be good. See, I love the visuals of Scorn. It sounds weird to say, but I find Scorn one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen, and that is weird to say when it's all like gore, but visually it's stunning, really stunning. And one thing we're going to be doing with this is the main insectoid race, the Scrag, that we're going to have. I want their ship interiors to look like Scorn, like minus the gore. So that kind of that HR Geiger style, just like a non-gory version of that. Yeah, like the Geiger vibe, but in an insecty way rather than a bones and gore way. I've actually watched playthroughs of Scorn beginning to end quite a few times. I've never actually played it myself, which is what happens when you become a developer. You never actually get to play games anymore. Yeah, we'll have a UN issue flamethrower. Yeah, including the ships, because one of the coolest alien ships I've ever seen was encountering the shadows for the first time in Babylon 5, and seeing these like giant black spidery ships coming out of the darkness was, properly terrifying back in the 90s. So our Scrag ships are going to be that way inclined. Yeah, me too. I can actually say, hands down, Babylon 5 is my favourite sci-fi series of all time. I just love the... Yeah, I rewatched Babylon 5, and they remastered it recently, so there's a 1080p version, which is a shame because they had to lose widescreen, because it was filmed in widescreen, but the Blu-ray version doesn't have widescreen because of the CGI. But yeah, it's still good. The story is still amazing. The CGI is pants these days. It hasn't aged well at all. But story-wise, it's still the best story out there for sure. Yeah, same. G'Kar is my favourite sci-fi character ever, bar none. I think G'Kar's story in Babylon 5 is one of the most exceptional story arcs I've ever seen in sci-fi. It's so good. Yeah, the first season of Babylon 5 is difficult these days. It is a bit hard to watch, but season 2 onwards, it's good. And when you know the story of the Lights of G'Kar, and I think one of the Narn says to him in one of the final seasons, what have you endured for your people? And G'Kar just starts laughing. What have I endured? Just starts laughing and walks off. And when you know his story and what he's endured, it's just such a powerful scene. And I love that about Babylon 5. There's just so many powerful scenes. Actually, some of the alien races that we have planned for Starship Simulator are inspired by a lot of the races from Babylon 5. Like that whole notion, if you go to Zahadum, you will die. I want there to be places in the galaxy like that, where you just don't go there. And those places in the galaxy will have a reputation in the community. Once a few players have gone there and they found it and they've realized that that's a bad place, you don't go there. I love that will become a thing in the community. It'll have that reputation of a place of danger. Yeah, I think the only thing about Crusade that was its saving grace was the Techno Mage Galen. He was so funny. There's a scene. I've spoken about it before in our Discord actually. G'Kar and there's a Chinese girl. I think she's a reporter or an explorer. I can't remember now. But he points at an ant and makes the analogy that there are races out there in the galaxy to whom we are just insects. We are just ants. The ant has no concept of the politics of what's going on with humanity and the other alien species. The ant is just an ant, and yet there were races out there to which we are just ants. We have no concept or any way of understanding how they live, what motivates them, and why they exist. And I really want that in the game. So we've got races out there that are so ancient and so alien that they're just weird godlike beings that you have no hope of understanding what their motivations are. Oh, that's right, yeah, because he saves her in a Narn cruiser, doesn't he? I need to finish The Expanse. I think I only got as far as season 2. But yeah, Firefly, definitely. Firefly is one of our favourites around here for sure. That's right. Yeah, she was out looking for the first ones, wasn't she? And then kind of got like sideswiped by one of the first one ships that went flying past. You know, funnily enough, I've not actually seen the B5 animated movie. I saw Straczynski advertising it a lot on Twitter because I've been following him for years. But yeah, I just haven't had the time to sit and watch it. Oh, cool. Yeah, let's give it a watch. I saw the actor that plays Zathras the other day in something else. I can't remember what it was, but all I could see was Zathras. Like, I'm sure he's a great actor, but when he was playing a completely different character, like a non-alien character, but just looking at him, all I could hear was Zathras the whole time. I'm still trying to get Claire to watch Babylon 5. I think she's made it to about halfway through season 2. But when it comes to Q-like beings, we'll be saving that for the GM mode we've got planned. So one of the multiplayer modes is going to be a a GM-driven experience. So, you know, using Dungeons and Dragons and how that works as an inspiration. You'll have one player who acts as GM, and they'll have a GM toolbox, so they'll be able to trigger events on the ship, spawn in like alien vessels. They'll be able to hail the ship as though they were an alien vessel, and spawn themselves on the ship as different characters, and basically do all the things you'd expect or want from a GM that was running a roleplay session. So yeah, if the GM wants to spawn themselves on the ship as a Q-like character and mess with the crew, then they'll have the toolbox to be able to do that. We can certainly add some dice. I'm going to be adding a playable chessboard. For some reason, I've turned into Sean Connery. Yes, so chessboards and dice. And drafts, checkers, whatever, really. Yeah, we want players to be able to just go into a lounge and play stuff like that, so that would be cool. See, holodecks are an interesting one, and like, no is the easy and quick answer, but there's a but there somewhere. So holo technology in Star Trek is too powerful, in the sense that they're really missing a trick on Federation vessels, because what they should be doing is foregoing all of the force fields they've got all over their corridors and just install holo projectors instead. And then whenever you've got an invading crew, just make hologram spikes shoot out the walls everywhere and have an endless supply of hologram bullets flying down the corridors. It's a poorly thought out plot device, which, like transporters, makes an incredible weapon if decided to be weaponized. So if we go down the route ever of having some kind of a holo suite, and if we ever do, it will probably be on the back of getting it from some alien race, then it wouldn't be physical. So yeah, it would have to work differently to something like the Star Trek one, or the player has to like put on a virtual headset within the game world, and it's kind of like VR. Yeah, I suppose it works both ways. I mean, if you were to hack in to the holo matrix of an opposing ship, you could do the same thing to them, and you could create a whole army of holo soldiers invading the ship remotely because you've hacked into their holo system. It's just, having physical holograms that are just as physical as something in the real world, and just being able to spawn them from nowhere. If you think about all the horrible things you could do with that, they become just too powerful as a plot device. Yeah, one of the original plans we had for the park area at the front of the ship was to have literally that. So have panels on the ceiling, which, like the windows in the conference room, can just display sky, and on the walls they just extend the park scene outward via screens on the walls. and because those screens have like hollow pixels, it looks 3D, even when you're standing in front of them. And yeah, I was picturing that scene at the beginning of Aliens when Ripley's sat on a park bench and she's got like a forest scene around her, and then she just picks up a remote and turns it off. That kind of thing. Hi Glenn, welcome to the stream. Okay, so the next task on the list, now that we've got the ability to turn the holo display on and off, is we need to add the ability to use these buttons to update the holo display now, because they're now different and work differently. When we send that through, so we're sending the long range button press through to the actual parent blueprint, which replicates the button press and then sets our sensor mode. Okay, which we then send back to the holo display. Send back to the UI panel so that we know what mode we're on, but it's not actually sending any data to the holo display. Now, what we're doing on here because we're sending that through there, and that's just updating the widget. So here we need to send that across to the holo display, but I'd like to avoid casting that. Doesn't matter here because it's literally just that widget that we're casting to, so that's not doing any harm. But we should avoid casting if we can possibly avoid casting, because it just creates horrible reference chains. So either we'll send that as a global event, or we'll set up a blueprint interface for it. I don't think we're gathering the holo display anymore. No, we're not. Okay. So when we do the zoom changes, we're sending a global event just to broadcast our GPS range updates. Yeah, so we can do that on the holo display for the mode. Yeah, sorry, so the zooming and stuff works fine. That's what this is. So we're sending the range across to the holo display with the global event, which on the holo display, that's what this is. So we're just basically binding this to the global event, and that just casts to the payload class. And that's all that does is hold this variable. It's just so we can pass data around. And the beauty of using these global events, which is a plugin, by the way, I can highly recommend this, the global event handler. It's like using a blueprint interface, but you don't require a target. So it completely decentralizes the information flow. which logistically you can get yourself into trouble with this because you forget what uses this. So you can, like when you're calling the event, and it works like an event dispatcher, but unlike an event dispatcher, you don't need to identify the source of the event that you're binding to. So you just call a global event with a payload, but you do not know at this point which actors or classes are actually listening to this event. It's completely anonymous, and that's its power. That's what makes it good. But at the same time, if you don't keep track of that, it can become a bit of a nightmare. So what I tend to do, I tend to do something like used by holo display, just so I know what's actually referencing this, because there's no reference chain at all. So at least I know that the holo display is listening and waiting for this event. And then on this side, this is where we bind it. So again, we're just binding to a global event. We don't know which actor or class is sending the event, which is really good because that removes any unnecessary reference chains. But that said, we're going to have to make a lot of them if I implement it the way I am. So this needs like the other things, it needs a bit of future proofing. I think what I'll do is I'll make this more of a generic update. In fact, even better than that, I'll combine all of these into a struct. Yeah, because the sensor mode is going to be one of the 4 modes, and maybe more than that in the future. So if we send the mode and all the different ranges for each mode together as a struct, then we only actually need to send one global event. And then on here, we simply unpack that. So we get the mode, and then depending on the mode, that's what scale we reference. Yeah. I absolutely love optimization. I know it can be a right pain in the ass for some people and they hate it, but honestly, optimization is my happy place. Nothing makes me happier than taking a bunch of nodes and combining them into like 2 nodes. And I don't mean just condensing it visually, actually, reducing functionality down to a single node. It's yeah, I love optimization. It's like a puzzle, like a challenge, like a personal challenge, I guess. Yeah, how optimized can I make this thing? I've never heard of Zachtronics games before. What's that? Is Zachtronics something I shouldn't be Googling? Okay, I shall stay away from Google. Sounds like it's good practice, actually, for any developer to play that. No, I don't want to make a struct yet, do I? Because I don't have it. Alright, so we need a new structure. We're going to call that struct sensor data. Sensor UI data? Sensors data. Right, and then in that struct, we need a sensor mode. Oops, sensor mode. And then we need zoom GPS. Zoom long. Zoom medium. And then we want zoom short. Right, so using this struct, we can send all of this information at once and then just react to it. Yeah, that should avoid having to make lots of different event dispatchers. And we shall call it sensors data and struct sensors data. Right, that's our struct. So that's now added as a payload for the event handler. So if we refresh that, we should now be able to set the struct like that, and then we'll just make struct like that. Right, that sets our data up like that. I'm glad you asked that, actually, because that's what this is about right now. So when I decided to go ahead and completely overhaul the sensors screen, which was part of one, bringing it up to the same standard as all the other UIs on the ship, but two, adding the short range mode, which is for planetary scanning. And that's what's going to give us access to all the, is there an alien species here? Who are they? What's their tech level? All that data is going to be accessed via this button. And I want to start generating that, at least in text form, so we can demonstrate there is life in the galaxy. You now know where it is. It's not physically represented there yet, but at least there's a description of it. So we want to get to that point in the next demo update. But at the same time, because I had to change how this worked and also make this into a nested tree interface, it broke a lot of the existing functionality. So I need to just rebuild a lot of this and make it a lot more efficient, because what I wrote initially, and this is probably the first UI I made. Probably is, actually. This is probably the first UI I made in the whole game. And that was 3 years ago. So it's like 3 years old code. And you improve a lot in 3 years. So there's a lot of stuff I did 3 years ago. And I look at it now and I think, why on earth did I do that? That's stupid. So I'm improving all those errors. And the reason I changed the way this works is because we had to limit it to 100 entries. So whenever you looked at the sensors, you would only ever see 100 stars, because any more than that, and there was just too many widgets loaded at once for it to cope with. And that was because we were literally adding a new widget for each entry in a list, in a vertical table. But now it's actually using I can't remember what they're called now. Where is it? List view. So it's now using a list view, and list views work differently. So you could have a practically infinite list of items, but the only ones that are on screen are actually loaded in memory and rendered. So you only ever have like a dozen on screen at once versus hundreds, which means we can go into a sector with 8,000 star systems and have literally all 8,000 of them scrollable on the sensors, which is what you'd expect to be able to do, and it won't hurt performance at all, because only the ones that are visible are actually loaded and rendered. And as you scroll down through the list, it's constantly unloading and loading in new ones. So there's a lot of good reasons why this is overhauled, but I can't release a new demo update until this is working properly again. And I'm also at the same time updating all the replication and the multiplayer stuff, so all that's more efficient and less prone to errors. Now, in terms of, that's why I'm doing it, but in terms of time scale, so Kickstarter goes live on the 19th of this month, and I was hoping to get the demo update out kind of midway through the Kickstarter, which would be the second week of April, which gives me 4 weeks to fix this and get a demo update out. And we'll probably time that around see how the traction goes on the Kickstarter, and if it starts to wane and slow down, that's when we'll put the demo update out to try and reinvigorate everyone and kind of create a bit of a buzz around the game again. But 4 weeks isn't a very long time, and I got a lot to do in 4 weeks, including finish the external hull. So my master plan right now, finish the Kickstarter page, because there's a couple bits I need to change on it still. Finish the sensors UI. I've just finished this bit, so that's finished and working now. We just did that tonight, so that's good. So I'll get this finished and working, including the planetary scanning side of it. Then I'll finish the external hull, and then I'll put the demo update out. So hopefully I can do that within 4 weeks, but it's a lot to do in 4 weeks, so I probably won't get it done in 4 weeks, but I'll try. So that's a really long way of saying probably about a month. Thank you all. Actually, speaking of Kickstarter and sort of invigorating the engagement, I'm going to try and squeeze in another stream on Wednesdays. Going to do a midweek stream. We need to get as many eyes on it as possible, so I'm going to try and push that engagement as much as I can. So I've immediately annoyed myself with this by using a different naming convention. So I'll go fix that before I get angry with myself. No, I didn't want that, did I? I wanted the struct. That's better. Okay, so that's our struct populated, giving it the data it needs, sending it as a payload, which means holo display will now receive that as a payload. And so we need to get sensors data, break the struct, break the struct. Right, and now we will set that from that. Also, do we have a sensor mode? So that's what this would have been. Right, so everything in there. Right, that's no longer relevant. So I think what I will do, again, to optimize this, I will store that instead. So the only thing which really gives any strain is sorting the stars. I think that's probably the biggest thing. So when the Galaxy Gen does its generation, generally speaking, it's really quick. I mean, I've optimized it like a zillion times, so it does that practically instantly. But what it then has to do is then sort that data, and it's the sorting of the data which is causing a hitch when you go. So if you're flying in a straight line at full speed, every time you go 1 light year, you might notice a small hitch. And depending on your CPU, the worse your CPU is, the worse that hitch will be. And that's literally just it sorting through the stars and chopping out any ones that are out of range. At its most, if I whip the calculator out a sec. So yes, you got, so a 3x3x3 cube is 27 sectors, and if you're in the galactic core, that's maximum of 8,000 stars per sector, so that's 216,000 stars that it generates at once. So obviously in the higher population sectors the hitching can be a bit worse, but at its worst it's generating 216,000 stars at once and then sorting that list by distance. But other than that one action, there's barely no CPU load at all. No, it's with the way that it works, because the actual galaxy itself is generated physically. As you're moving through the galaxy, you've got this 3x3x3 grid of sectors that as you move into the next sector, it regenerates the grid. Now, something that I will be doing to optimize that is reusing some of the previously generated data. So if you think about the ship moving in a straight line, the 3x3 layer of sectors in front of you becomes, they move back towards where you are, and indeed the ones where you are move backwards out of range. So we can simply take the data that's already been generated and apply that to a different slot, because that data simply moves backwards as you move forwards. So that's one optimization that can be done to reduce the generation lag. But it's not really the generation lag that's the problem, it's the sorting of the data that's the problem. But it's a necessary evil, because every time you fly 1 light year, it needs to reorganize the distance to all the different stars. So if you've got literally 100,000 stars, then it needs to work out which of those are closest to you. And the only way to do that is to literally just go through the array and keep sorting the array based on distance. Right, so I'm going to make this a rep notify. So basically what's happening here is, as soon as the UI panel basically makes any changes that the holo display needs to represent, it's now going to package all of that into a struct, which means this and all of this needs to start happening here. So the first thing we need to do, we get the sensors data. So the first thing we need to do is switch on that. Then we have 4 sensor modes, so that's nice and simple. And then depending on which one of these, we then use one of these. Yeah, no worries. It's generating an entire galaxy is a fantastic challenge. I've really enjoyed, having to tackle that. And another thing that's going to happen is, in order for us to render known constellations, we need to render the stars a lot further away from the ship. I think last time I looked it up, the furthest star in any known constellation is about 2,000 light years. So in order to render every known constellation, we need to render at least 2,000 light years away, which means that's 20 sectors. And if 3 by 3 by 3 is 27 sectors, then 20 by 20 by 20, that's 8,000 sectors. So we'll have to generate 8,000 sectors worth of data, which in the galactic core is 64 million stars. Because the galaxy is mental, and space is mental, and everything's huge. So the way I'm going to do this, and I have a feeling this is how Space Engine's doing it as well, is I'm going to do it so that it's done by class. So like 20 sectors away, you don't need to start generating M-class stars because you can't even see them that far out. So it's only going to be generating like OBA class stars at those distances, which means, and again, considering the population of those stars is so small, that sector might only result in 3 stars rather than 8,000 stars. So all of a sudden, the data impact gets a lot less. So it needs to be the case that we need to transition to a system that's based on apparent magnitude rather than absolute magnitude. So if we're using apparent magnitude to decide the render distance, that means M-class stars, which you can't even see with the naked eye, can be generated far away. And that's good because they're also the most numerous star class in the galaxy. I think something like 80% of the galaxy is M-class stars, so that's like 80% less data that we have to generate if we're only generating M-class stars, like say 20 light years away. So I think it's possible, using that technique, work out the apparent magnitude, which shouldn't be too much math, and then cull based on that. I do have a plan. And of course, as part of that plan, reusing generated data. So there's a saying that astrophysicists use, which is "Oh, be a fine girl, kiss me," which is OBAF GKM. Those are the main sequence stars. So M class being the coldest, smallest red dwarfs, and O class being giant, blue, freshly birthed nightmare stars. And everything in between. So our star is a G class, which is they call it a yellow main sequence star, but technically it's white. Or technically it's green, which is weird. If you actually look up the spectrum of our sun, the actual strongest spectral line is green, but because of the way our eyes filter light, it's actually white if you look at it. I suppose it's also worth pointing out that we only have main sequence stars in the game right now. The other more exotic ones, like T-Tauri stars, Wolf Riot, pulsars, that kind of thing, they'll be coming later at some point. But right now we're just using main sequence stars, largely just as a proof of concept. No worries. The OBAFGKM categorization is very old and probably dates back to pretty much, the first time we ever decided to categorize stars. There is a story behind why it's those letters. I think it's a previous categorization system which was brought forward into the modern era, but I forget now. It's been a while since I read up on it. It's not something we invented. It's a proper astrophysics thing. Right, so next thing to do on my list is I need to take not that, this, yeah, so I need to take all of that, which it's going to complain about, and stick that in there. So it's got rid of the events, which is fine, because we don't need that anyway. Yeah, it's using blueprints is great for rapid prototyping and also for logic flow, because you're literally working with a flowchart. So, unlike if you're coding like literal code, it can get difficult to visualize logic flow when you're just looking at a page of code. Whereas with blueprints, there's literally lines. You can literally see the logic flow happening in front of you, which is really cool. Performance-wise, you wouldn't ever want to use blueprints for something which does a lot of like real-time work. So anything that's like ticking, blueprints are just going to completely underperform for something like that. But for an event-driven system, there's very little drawback to using blueprints other than having access to engine features which are not exposed to blueprints, in which case you can make your own blueprints using C++. Just expose those features into blueprints. There are various systems which I will be converting to C++ once they're done. Like some of the optimization code would be further optimized on C++, and so the Galaxy stuff right now, even the sort function runs on blueprints, and that would be a lot more efficient done on C++. So yeah, I guess prototype in blueprints, and if it needs to be performant, do it on C++. So I want to avoid resetting everything unless we're changing modes. So really, I want to store this. Yeah, so I need to compare that. Right, so if sensor mode equals previous sensor mode, sorry, no, current sensor mode. Right, so if that is the current sensor mode, then we just want to carry on. Otherwise, actually, no, I didn't even need to do that, did I? Otherwise, we're going to set that. Do the reset. Then do that. Which means we don't actually need that one. And that one will go back to just being sensor mode. We can tidy this up a bit. Okay, so the sensor mode matches what it's already set to, then just carry on and do what we were doing. Otherwise, we want to reset the display because the sensor mode will have changed. Okay, and then alright, so those are using different range formats, so they need to be sanitized into the same general format. And so that would be that one, that would be that one, that would be that one, and then we need an additional one for planetary scanning, which I shall do after these are all working. Yeah, so there's no harm setting that twice. So what we shall do is what we need to do is actually this, isn't it? But on there instead. Right, okay. So we need to handle the scaling of the galaxy on there. And they need to be combined really into a single function. To be honest, all that needs combining into a single function. Yeah, I'll do that actually. Because we've got the position update, which we're doing off of here. So rather than just forcing a repositioning of the galaxy, so instead of doing that, this really needs to be wrapped up in a joint function with the scale. Yeah, because we're kind of duplicating the work a little bit otherwise. So we need like a master function for handling each of the sensor modes. And that's going to become more critical once we have more going on the holo display. Because I mean, even this is mostly just for the sensors. So if you think about all the other bridge stations that also need data represented on the holo display, the less of this, the more we can pack this into individual functions, the better. So yeah, so let's do that then. So we need a master function, which is really probably better off going in here. That was the reason I did it outside of a function. I can't see any real-time stuff happening here, so there's no reason why that can't be packed into that function. So if I take all of that and we stick that here, so that replaces that. However, also need to redraw and reposition the galaxy when that changes. So rather than doing that, we instead need to do that. So this also fires for any new joining clients because it's replicated. So current mode is now wrong, so that needs to be sensor mode. I might well just replace this with an enum actually, just so it's more readable. But that is essentially 0 to 4 either way. And we do want to replicate that actually, because newly joined clients are going to pick up the default value otherwise, which we don't want. Right, so that's going to go into there. Right, so then that's all collapsed into that, which means all of this also needs to go into here somewhere. Right, and now we've got one function to rule them all. Now it doesn't matter if we repeat this, so if they're already visible, it's not going to hurt just to tell it to be visible again. So that's fine. What's that doing? Okay, so yeah, that needs placing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so all of this is the result of keeping the targets separate between modes. Now, if I was to just have a single set of targets, then a lot of that becomes redundant. Just thinking, actually, I may as well start using that. Because we're passing it through here as an integer, which we don't necessarily need to, because we can just do it from there. Why won't you let me do that? Why are you erroring? Of course, yeah, because I removed all that. So none of that's actually relevant anymore. So yeah, because all of this stuff that used to be there, which was a little bit of a spaghetti nightmare, has now been improved to be like this, which is a hell of a lot cleaner than this monstrosity. So this is all the mode switching, so you're not needed. needed. And you're not needed. That's going to be improved to look like that, as will that. Well, that's a fascinating question. I mean, if we look at nature as an example, I mean, how many legs does a millipede have? How many legs does a millipede have? A millipede has between 34 and 400 legs. So, wow. The record is held by Eumillipes Persephone, with individuals possessing up to 1,306 legs, more than any other creature on Earth. So there we go. So an alien could have thousands of tentacles. And there's one under your bed tonight. Oh, fine. I'll do it this way. This is going to bugger something up, I know it, but let's give it a whirl. Right, hollow node. Kind of makes more sense just to use the enum. I've already got it, so I may as well use it. Except it does need a rewording. Where have I hidden it? See, really, technically, this should be the actual holo display modes, not the sensor modes. So in fact, that doesn't need to be anything to do with the holo display at all. That needs to live in there. And then here we need an enum. We need a holo display. Which would be helm, sensors, comms, tactical, engineering. I suppose I better do that in the same order as it is on here, just for consistency's sake. here is the predicted embuggerance, as Terry Pratchett would say. Right, so you're not an integer anymore. You are sensor node, so you're one of them. Right, yeah. Right, so of course that also needs updating. Of course that's on there, isn't it? So you should be that. Oh, absolutely. One of my prized possessions is actually a personally signed copy of a Terry Pratchett Discworld book, because he used to live just down the road from me here, and he was at a local bookshop signing books, so I got one signed. He was a very great man, and we miss him dearly. So the holo display, yes, right now it is a very clunky display. You click a button, it changes. There's no sexiness involved. It just updates instantly. I think once it's feature complete and does all the things we want it to do in multiplayer, bug-free, with no issues, then we can have a look at adding, proper sexiness. Start lerping some values and put some timelines in there and get things happening smoothly. I'm not going to make it shimmer or do anything like that. I might have the projectors maybe having some highlighted like dust particles, maybe, because it's got a bright light shining on it. Yeah, we'll make it look a lot more cooler than it is, but once it's finished, so we won't do that yet. Hi Joshua, welcome to the stream. I knew this would be annoying if I changed it, but it's better to do it now, get the annoyance out of the way, and then at least we've got a more nicely formatted bit of data, so at least it's more obviously readable than trying to remember what integer value you used for a particular thing. Yeah, nice. Yeah, something I'm looking forward to actually is similar, getting the RCS working nicely. The difficult part with it is going to be adding the flight assist aspect. I'm probably going to have it so it simply tries to zero off the values. So essentially killing the roll and the pitch and the yaw. Because we want the physics to be fully Newtonian in space. But, you know, unless you've got a throttle and stick, that can be a bit of a nightmare to control, especially with a keyboard. Or even worse, poking the buttons on the panel in VR. Yeah, so we'll probably just have the values slowly zero off when you're not touching the controls, and have that as a toggle. Yeah, essentially. Because the other thing that we'll be doing is that rather than having an arbitrary pitch roll yaw based on the physics center point, we're going to have it actually based on where the RCS thrusters actually are. So it will actually properly apply thrust in those locations, making the locations of the RCS ports actually relevant. And if they're damaged, then they will stop thrusting. So the actual flight behavior of the ship will dramatically change if you lose one of the RCS thrusters, because they're actually physically thrusting, providing physics thrust rather than fake rotations. Yeah, just applying dampening to it so it decays over time is probably the easiest way of adding some form of flight assist. Where it becomes much more challenging is if you try and make something fly like a plane in space, which we won't be doing. There's a very old Unreal Engine plugin called 6DOF, which is really cool, and it handles like all of the flight physics and things for you, and that's what we've been using to date to handle the ship flights. And it has things like autopilot, auto pointing towards a target built in. But when we actually go into proper sublight flights, we're going to have to update the autopilot. So in order to face the nose of the ship at a target, it needs to actually work out which RCS thrusters to fire. So that's going to be interesting. It's another challenge I'm looking forward to. Okay, so I've got... See, I did have a custom event to handle this. Because before we started doing multiplayer properly, we were passing a struct around with all the values that needed to be updated in multiplayer. So whenever a new player joined, we could just throw this at them and everything was synced up. But now that we're using rep notify variables, that's no longer actually needed. See, things like ship rotation is already being set. I don't think that's even needed anymore. Yeah, I think even that's being replicated now, so this shouldn't actually be needed. But I have a feeling the loading of the save game data also does this. But that's not the end of the world because we can get that data from elsewhere. I'm going to try unpinning it for now and then we'll see. Okay, it's the same again, that's just setting it to galaxy mode. All we need to do is that. Actually, no, not that. That's fine, that doesn't even need to be there. Next. Right, so that is actually going to be that. Right, so if u equal u, do that. Oops. So I do that up a bit, and then switch on that. Oops, no, that goes down there. Okay. So the way we handle orbits is going to be interesting because we're not going to go like full-on Kerbal physics because it's really beyond the scope of the game, and I think as cool as it would be quite a it's just too much for this type of game. It's just not that type of game. So the way we're going to handle orbits is it's going to look at the altitude of the ship above the surface of the body, and then it's going to basically move the ship incrementally around the planet at a speed that would be required for a circular orbit at that altitude. So the higher your altitude, the slower it's going to be moving your ship sideways to achieve an orbit, which means there will be an altitude for every planet which is geostationary, and on either side of that you'll be moving across the planet's surface as you orbit. And the way it's going to do that is probably not very many times per second. I'm going to try and see if I can get it doing it at 30 updates per second. It's going to teleport the physics state sideways, essentially following a spline, which is the orbit that you'd be at. So it'll redraw that spline depending on your altitude, and then move you along that perfectly circular spline. And that will apply for things like orbital stations as well. So when you're sat next to an orbital station, both you and the station will have your physics states teleported sideways 30 times per second along the spline path to form the orbit. And that also gives us the data we need for things like prograde, retrograde, to have buttons to orient the ship in that orbit. But you don't actually ever have to worry about the orbit, because it will do that for you. And we'll probably have the default exit point of FTL being to the side of the planet rather than heading straight on into it. So you arrive next to the planet, already pointing prograde into your orbital vector, depending on your altitude. And it's the most efficient way I can think of doing it, where we get to have realistic orbits without actually having to create the realistic orbit from the cockpit, from the helm station. Because every bit of ship movement you do is irrelevant to the orbit, because it's teleporting the whole physics state. So if you're flying forwards at, say, 1 kilometer a second, then you'll always be flying forward at 1 kilometer a second, except you're now maybe a kilometer to the right compared to where you were, because that physics state is constantly being moved. And then to further complicate that, we'll use the same process for planets orbiting the star, and then moons orbiting the planet. So you could have multiple tiers of physics states all being teleported around to achieve all these orbital maneuvers. That's very much theoretical right now, and it works in my head, but yet to try it in practice. But that's the plan. Well, the reason with simulating physics is so that you can still have ship-to-ship interactions. So if you imagine, 2 starships and a space station. So even though you're relatively close together, because of the way orbit velocity works, you'll be orbiting at an ever so slightly different speed because you're further away from the planet. So to maintain that circular orbit, the closer you get to the planet, the faster you have to be moving. So if you have a ship, then a bit further out you have a station, and a little bit further out again you have another ship, you'll find the ship closest to the planet will start moving away faster than the one on the other side of the station, just because of the altitudes. But at the same time, those two things, those ships need to be able to fly around and shoot at each other independently of the orbit taking place. So by teleporting the physics state, it means all those physics interactions are kept, even though you're teleporting. So if we do it right, then you shouldn't ever notice that the physics states are moving. All you will actually experience is you dogfighting with another starship. The fact you're both being teleported sideways should be completely seamless and invisible to the player. On paper. Best laid plans and all that. Okay, so I think this is all where I want it to be. So we also now have holo display modes as an enum, and that is what the holo display now needs to start using to organize itself. Oh, no, don't want that. Stay. So we need this replaced with that. So that actually needs to be enum holo mode. That's going to generate some more delicious errors. But that's fine because that's expected. Right, so helm, sensors, comms, tactical engineering, and of course I forgot off. So over time, if we need additional modes, we can just add them to the enum. And then make sure we account for them here. So that would be off. So refresh that. That should give us off. Okay, so there we go. Now we've got our modes. Just going through all the scenarios in my head. Yeah, so everything. Oh yeah, errors. Fix them first. Yeah, so you are no longer that. You are that. No, you're not. You're that. Off now needs to go down that end. So helm, Sensors, comms, tactical, engineering, and nout. So now that we've got these set up properly, rather than just setting the visibility of the scene component, we kind of need to handle these more intelligently. So rather than just setting the visibility, we kind of need to go through the whole function of defining what mode we're even on. But given that we only have one mode right now, that's probably fine as is. Because I don't think there's... Oh, actually no, saying that because we've got... don't want to turn all 4 modes on at once, do we? So... Right. Okay, so we do want to do that. Huh. Yes. So I suppose on top of selecting the different sensor modes, we really could do with just an overarching overall global controller for the sensors, which then splits off into the different sensor modes. Let's get rid of some of these tabs a minute. Right, because when we set the mode, right, and then we can't just show everything because there's actually 4 different things, and that will just turn all 4 of those things on at once. So that definitely needs to be a function which handles all 4 of these at once. So we need something like holo mode sensors. Which in turn uses that which in turn simply does this. So then that becomes that. I'm tempted to add a ball on there for show or hide, but I think the only time this is going to be called is when you're either changing modes or turning it back on when it's off. So it's never actually going to be fired unless you want it to be on. So no matter how it's called, you always want it on anyway, so a bool is irrelevant. Right, and then when we do our reset everything, where's our reset? So our reset everything gets us back to a clean slate before we then draw the mode that we're interested in. But that reset everything actually needs to be reset sensors. Right, so that manages the showing and the hiding of everything. Or literally the hiding of everything. So that sets everything to hidden, clears any instances we may have rendered already, and then sets a clean slate ready to pick one of these modes. And then we go on and we render the galaxy. So we turn on the stuff that would have been hidden. May as well go ahead and do that over there. So that's the scale for that. That's our mode switch, so we know whether or not we're fully zoomed or not. So really, this can just happen like that. That's actually fine where it is. Okay, so we now have support for all these different sensor modes, and they are centrally managed. They've got their own reset thinger. Yep, okay. So in that case, we then need to, on the construction script, we need to set the sensor mode to galaxy. And then we need that. Give us our map back. Yes, it does. Perfect. Great. Okay, that sets all that back up. Right, and then let's give this a quick try a minute, because I've changed a lot of stuff there, so make sure it's not broke. Ship's in the right place. Name is correct. Great. So, off, on. It's not showing anything it shouldn't show, so that's good. I keep pressing the same thing, doesn't do anything bad, so that's good. Great. Not expecting them to do anything to that yet. Do the zooms still work? No. Okay, so that's just something I need to work on. Okay, that's going to be something silly, I expect. Actually, I'll rename those sensor modes because they're wrong. So we've got galactic position. Oh, that's not how you spell position. We have long range, medium range, short range, and that's actually an old defunct one that we're not using anymore. So every blueprint that references that enum is now going to have to be recompiled. That's good though. Rid of these material experiments I was playing with. Which one was this? Weren't working, so we go blah blah blah, galactic position, go through here, that. Default to galactic position. So that should be calling that, which updates that, which does this. Oh yeah, look, it's not even hooked up. That'll be why. Right, so Hi there, welcome to the stream. Okay, so this doesn't need to be notified anymore. It can just be replicated. Should be enough to restore functionality to the zoom. Yeah, I'd say for the most part. I mean, it won't be quite so chill when things are shooting at you, but the primary purpose of the game is it's a space exploration sandbox. So if you imagine having a starship, full crew, typical starship bridge, as you might expect to find in any sci-fi, a full galaxy to go out there and explore, with lots to discover, including many alien races, some of which will be nice and some of which won't. But it's all about getting out there, exploring, and seeing what you find. Great, okay, that's working again. I'm not a fan of the reorienting of the display there when you're not at full range, but the only way to avoid that is to always have it like this, and that's just unpleasant. I much prefer just having it centered when you're not zoomed, and then off-center it when you're actually zooming in, because at that point obviously it needs to center on the ship, otherwise the ship would be like over here somewhere. Okay, so at some point I'll get the cubes on here so you can actually see the individual sectors around the ship. That aside, that's actually, I think that's actually it for this evening. So we've got the display on and off working fine, no issues there. It's all rep notified, so it should all work fine in multiplayer. Obviously we'll test that when it comes to it. And all the new code works nicely with this, so that's good. So the next thing we have to add to this now is storing these other modes back on the holo display. Obviously all the code for it's still there, I just need to hook these up to it. Have these update here, restore the ability to scan and send to helm, add the readout, add manual origin pointing for the long range sensors, and get rid of it for the medium range because it will be needed. Let's put something else there on medium and short range. But yeah. So I reckon that's it. So I'm going to call it a night there, because I have just noticed it is 20 past midnight, so I should probably be heading to bed. Maybe have a cup of tea, then head to bed. Thank you again, everyone, for joining what has been a very long stream. How long have I actually been streaming for now? I think it's been over 4 hours. Oh yeah, 4.25 hours. So yeah, that's quite long enough. I'm going to endeavour to do another stream on Wednesday. See if I can start doing 2 a week, just to up the cadence a little bit. And yeah, watch this space. As always, please do go and drop a follow on our Kickstarter page. The link is in the description. We're planning to go live on the 19th, so keep an eye on that. And I will see you lot on Wednesday if I don't see you in Discord first. Bye for now.